those things up. Why? It's like, it's not, like, why? Why make that not something that I can look at? Oh, fuck. Hmm. Hmm. Silly. Alright, fuck it. What's up? Ezio. How you doing, man? Sorry, I'm deep in thought. Fucking. Just currently working on an issue. It's kicking my ass. But I hope everything's good, man. Good to see you. So I am part of a team working on a multiplayer vehicle sandbox game called Get Set Go. It is 16-player lobbies. The headline is pretty simple. You just make crazy vehicles out of crazy shit and fuck around with your friends, basically. It's like a vehicle building sandbox, it's where you basically just chuck kind of these random objects onto vehicles, and they change the way that the vehicle operates. They also change the way that the vehicle, like kind of stats and everything like that, or they could provide, like, you know, they could shoot stuff, they could, you know, make you fly, all these different sort of things. And it's really heavily inspired by like wacky races and like Red Bull Soapbox Derby and all that kind of stuff. And it will be running on the standalone Quest VR system, so the Quest 3 and Quest 3S. So really catered to that audience. What I'm working on right now, thank you, man, appreciate it. What I'm working on right now is our multiplayer system. We use normcore netcode, which, if you're unfamiliar, is just a particular type of netcode package that, like any other thing that makes multiplayer games happen, objects get spawned, managed, synchronized, all that kind of shit. What I'm working on right now is spawning objects. Yeah, normcore. It's if you look up there you go. Hopefully I didn't just drop you a crazy link. Nope, I didn't. All right. It's a cool system. It's fun. But essentially what I'm trying to do is, what's really important in our game is performance, for one. But players are always going to be spawning in a bunch of shit. You know, so if I show you a little bit of the actual appearance of the game, you know, it's got this kind of, this is one of the example of a lobby that we got. It's kind of got this, you know, toony vibe to it. And I want you to think that, like, basically, you know, any of these kind of things could theoretically be put on a car, you know, or on a vehicle. And so people are like spawned into the environment. Yeah, it's a specific kind of netcode that is really only used commonly in VR, because or standalone VR, because it's got a number of niceties that allow for, you know, performance and understanding the limitations of running on Wi-Fi always versus running on a wired connection. So it's a cool system. But yeah, normally you would use like the industry standard for like photon fusion or something like that. But, you know, we like the system, so we're using it. So, you know, imagine just spawning in a ton of stuff into the sandbox, right? You know, in order to keep that really performant and also to keep the download size of the game pretty small, obviously we want to implement addressables in Unity, which, for those maybe listening who don't know, addressables are just basically a way of classifying an asset in Unity so that it can be spawned differently. From a different place in memory, or it could even be like streamed onto the device from the cloud, and it's just a way to, like, instead of just looking for the asset in a normal place in the game files, you get a little bit more freedom. So the way I want to use addressables for our game is really twofold. I want to do object pooling, so when you load the game or load into a lobby for the first time, I want to pool a bunch of the stuff in your inventory into memory. So basically like preload it into memory so that when you spawn it, it's like a lightweight load. And then also we want to allow for streaming assets. So basically, if you don't own something, if you didn't buy something in the game, and maybe somebody else has it, like a skin or actually an asset that you don't own, we need to stream that to your device. So we need to throw it into the disk memory on your device, and then even throw it into the hot cache in the actual game. It sounds, you know, there's some complexities there, but on the surface, it makes a lot of sense. You know, you want your game to be performant, so you don't want it to load a lot of things every time, so you preload a bunch of stuff. And then if you don't have something, you just need to, you know, download that asset first and all that stuff. Yeah, so we'll store essentially some assets that players don't have in the cloud and deliver it to them via like some content delivery service if they don't have it. But once they either buy that asset or they play in a lobby that has it, it's pretty common practice to just download it into the disk memory on the device. And so like that's why sometimes you see live service games over time, like the size will increase on your device if you play it for a long time, very slightly. But what it does is it allows you to keep that initial download nice and small. And also like you don't have to update your device or like your game every time like we release a new, you know, content update. You know, if you like, or do like a holiday event or something like that, you don't need to update the game, you know, and download like a big update with a bunch of assets. It's a little easier. The reason this problem's kind of kicking my ass is mostly because, so the way this is going to work is basically Normcore, the netcode, it's got these methods to call to like instantiate objects to spawn them, right? So when spawn is called over the network, all the clients have to, you know, mimic that spawn. They have to like, oh yeah, all right, we're spawning this. Okay, let's go into the files and spawn that object, right? So the problem is, the standard way Normcore does it, and there's no flexibility on this apparently, is they do a synchronous process. So, you know, they basically, you see this thing where it says game object load real-time prefab, and this is like the call that's, you know, made to load it from, you know, the game files. The problem with that is that it expects this game object to be available right when it calls it. So it's going to wait for that game object to be available before anything else happens. It's called blocking the main thread. So we're going to wait, basically. It's a synchronous process. We got to wait before anything else happens for me to get this game object. Like, we cannot proceed with the logic of the game before, like, I get this loaded object, basically. And well, so that's what we're doing. We are going to load a bunch of objects into memory when the game starts. But like, if I don't have a remote object, right? If I don't have an object that's I need to get streamed, I'm in deep trouble, you know? Like, I'm in pretty deep trouble because you know, this is a synchronous process, and I need to like stream that asset onto my device and then load it, you know, so I need to download it and then load it. And if we're waiting on the main thread for the whole time while this is happening, you're gonna get a huge frame hitch. Like, your game is just gonna hitch like a big frame, you know, you're gonna drop a ton of frames because we have to wait. And that really sucks. Like, usually that's why you have async stuff, where it says like async task. That's not a bad idea to load a placeholder. It's actually one of the things that I've been thinking about, right? Like, load some like placeholder asset that's like a loading asset, you know, and like give that, and then like then swap in the real thing. Like, I did actually think about that. And I think, yeah, VR chat, I know, does something similar. And it seems like the right way to do it. What I'm a little bit concerned with is Normcore has really specific ways it likes to handle when an object is instantiated. Like, it once this returns this game object, you know, and something gets instantiated, I'm pretty sure Normcore like registers this thing. You know, it like registers the object. So that object's got like a real-time component on it with, you know, real-time data and everything like that. And it'll register that with the server. And so I don't know if I instantiate something on the client, like even if I get past the synchronous call and I like get through it and I can swap it in later, if that's gonna fuck up Normcore's actual registration and I'm gonna like register the wrong asset, and it's not gonna get synced properly to like all the other clients, you know, if I spawn something. So yeah, that's the shitty part that I'm not super sure about. So that's kind of the pickle I'm in, is thinking about potential options. Like, worst case scenario, I just have to work around this somewhat unfortunate thing. Using you use netcode for game objects? Dude, you're a fucking veteran over here. NGO, you are on your own. You gotta make everything by yourself. What I did was load the actual, yeah, dude, we started with NGO and we were like, fuck that. We're done. So I was using netcode for game objects, and what I did was load the actual net object and pass the model that it needs. Well, see, that's the problem. The prefab that we would actually retrieve, you know, the addressable prefab that we would retrieve includes all the net object data that we would need, but that would be included in the streaming. You know, it would be otherwise we just might as well keep the whole object like in the game files, you know, and you know, that kind of sucks. And built my whole game and then decided it was a waste. So maybe, honestly, fire. Like, fire. You know, I respect that because I get it. NGO is not fun. It is not fun to work with. There's nothing that it really gives you, which I guess could be a developer's paradise in some ways, but holy shit. But yeah, so like there's all this like network object data that fucking, you know, we can't rely on, and we need that. And so, you know, the problem is if like we just wait, you know, we're gonna get a wait for completion, whatever, on the main thread, right? And that's gonna block it. And I mean, that's not terrible, but to happen, like, that could happen a lot, you know, because like somebody new joins the lobby that's got stuff that you don't have and they try and spawn it. That's not good, man. Like, that's really not good. So the only other thing that I can think of is maybe checking everybody's inventory in the lobby, like, but then even like when new people join and they have a new inventory, it's just like this whole thing is like real. Like, we would have to check people's inventory, download it, and put it into the hot cache, like in the background, like when you're loading into the game, and then when somebody loads into the lobby, and we'd have to do that basically. And there's no guarantee that you could get through that person's whole inventory before they try and spawn something, right? Like, that's not good. And every client's kind of got to do that. Like, what is seemingly this is telling me is that we may be forced into a scenario where we have to do like leaving streaming assets for something that is shared by everybody. Yeah. So the bundle size, I think, would be like, so the artist on our team has done a pretty incredible job. our actual mod, like for instance, like I'll give you an example. He atlases the entire scenes off of single textures. But these textures are actually 32 by 32. So they're like tiny. Basically. Like they are like I'll show you an example. This is the fucking texture map for this whole thing, right? Like it's literally just it's 32 by 32 fucking pixels, right? So we have a lot of the traditional things that bloat assets, we've trimmed, you know, and same with mesh data. Like these are really, really efficient, low poly, low triangulation, all that kind of shit. It's like, well done. And so our bundles would probably be on the smaller side for sure, including even with like dependencies and everything like that. Like, you know, maybe in the megabyte, probably in the megabytes, you know, like and so that's like for the whole game, you know? So we could probably just keep everything on device, you know, and just kind of do it reliably. We were just hoping that we could do something that scales, you know. Let's say this game runs for, you know, 5 years in the best case scenario, and we will launch this game with like just my thought, but I think you're better off just keeping it on device. We probably are. Like, I think it's kind of just trying to future proof was my initial thought. But that takes a long time, isn't worth it. Yeah, I think in general you're probably right? Like, I think the concern was more just like, right now we're gonna launch the game with like about 85 parts to throw on vehicles and about 16 vehicles. And we're taking the approach that everything in the game is addressable, right? We don't want to mix methods. We don't want things that are static and non-static. So literally everything in the game that is spawnable is going to be addressable in the game. And methods. We don't want things that is spawnable is. So yeah, I mean, like, that's like a decent amount of stuff, but you know, if the game's really successful, you know, we could quadruple or quintuple or 10x the amount of stuff, like pretty easily, right? Just based off of the output that we've made most of these art assets like within 6 to 8 months, and that's like with experimentation, with avatars, with iteration. You know, it's not just the machine. That's just like figuring things out, right? So it's no conceivable thing to think that like we couldn't eclipse that level of production in like on a quarterly basis or like a half a year basis. And it would be nice if we could scale the, you know, so that our game doesn't like have to bloat in size, or like, you know, updates don't have to be like necessarily kind of big, and there was an elegant way that we could obviously stream the assets into the game. But you know, if it hitches on spawn and we have to have this big workaround, yeah, it's not really worth it. So what could be better, for instance, is on the initial load of the game, right? We just always stream every single new asset into the game, right? Like, when you load up the application for the first time, we just do a check against your manifest, and if there are any remote addressables you don't have, we will just stream them onto your device, and we'll just grow your device's disk cache, basically like more and more, right? Not the just the hard disk storage. And we'll label assets preloadable so that, you know, when you actually launch like a lobby, we'll preload everything that's preloadable in your, you know, and just create like a nice hot cache, and so that we have like either a synchronous load that's reliable, or like the snappy, quick preload that's available too. And we don't necessarily have to think about like some async stream / spawn load / spawn sequence. Yeah, it's like it's a little less elegant, but like it sometimes your tools put you in a corner and you got to work with it, so we're working with it. But yeah, we're having fun, first world problems, I'm making video games for a living in my bedroom. Could be worse. Yeah, it's frustrating when it seems like this could be something that like would be nice, like for instance, in Normcore specifically, they have this thing. I'll type it out here. So if I were to like, let's say, so real time is the connection manager basically in Normcore, right? And if I do like real time dot room dot data store, you'll see like prefab view models here. And what this is essentially like a set of the kind of all the game objects that are networked in this particular room, which on its surface would be really nice, right? Like in other netcodes, in like Photon Fusion, you have the prefab, like the prefab list, I think, or is it the prefab manifest or something, whatever, for the scene, which just basically allows you to know like all the objects that have currently been spawned and that are currently in the scene, right? You can get the count, right? And so my initial thought for a lot of things was like, hey, by the way, when you join a lobby, let's create some cool queue up and async process where like because the first thing that is always created is the real-time instance, right? Because you got to connect before you can spawn everything else. So like once we connect, let's get a count of all the current prefabs. We don't even need what exactly they are. We just need a count, right? And then we'll queue up an async process that basically ticks down every single time we successfully call this method, right? And return something, right? So like we just queue that up and run through that, and that could allow us to do like a transition state, like some hidden loading screen between these two things that's smooth, right? Because we're loading these prefabs async, and then we have an async operation that wraps the whole thing and only returns like a completion, and then that's what triggers the end of the transitional state. The problem is that when you look into the docs for Normcore, it tells you that, hey, don't use this. This is actually going to be converted to internal, like an internal API. It's not going to be public. And when I talked to, I guess, the founder in the Discord, they were like, yeah, it's like, just don't use it. And I'm like, what do you mean? It's like, well, it's not exactly reliable, and there are multiple things that keep track of like the objects. But it's like, to me, having, even if it is a distributed authority like topology, there is a server that has a data store. Like even if it is a relay server primarily, and all the clients have authority, and it's not like a one-to-many connection or whatever like that in a traditional sense, like it's there, right? Like I mean, there is some record, there's some ledger of things that I feel like is somewhat reliable. Otherwise, how do we kind of keep this ball rolling, and how do we deal with late joiners and things like that, right? Like, which seems to work, right? And so like it just seems like that's available, and like the fact that I can't reliably get a count or something like that is frustrating. You know, it's like now I got to do gymnastics to sort of make this work, and you know, just bumping up against the limitations of a framework. You know, it's unfortunate. Like, and the sad thing is, you know, we were working with Photon Fusion for a while back, which is obviously a much bigger company with a much bigger standard, and a much bigger ecosystem. And, you know, their server authoritative model is great, and it's got a lot of things that work really well for it and a lot of things that help you. But the one thing it couldn't do that was fundamental to our game was we couldn't reliably predict physics on the client. Like, we have these physics-based vehicles that, you know, you want to make sure kind of handle and feel fun on the client, but you know, because Unity's physics is non-deterministic, you couldn't reliably simulate the physics on, you know, the client and then re-simulate on the server and then reconcile those two things, right? No, Photon was going to reject any notion of that, and they didn't have any way to handle the discontinuity between the two, or just allow the local client to simulate, to become the authority for, let's say, just simulation, you know? And they apparently will have that at some point, but we didn't have enough time to wait. Like, we couldn't wait for that. And so it's frustrating, you know, when you're running into these limitations. Then it's just most often the case with multiplayer, right? Because there's this whole added component of netcode that you just kind of don't get to work around a whole lot unless you're about to strap up and make your own, which is a lot like asking, it's like being a little frustrated that, you know, ChatGPT is not giving you a non-hallucinated output and then saying, well, I'm just going to make my own LLM. It's like, no. It's like, if you're not, especially not in a certain amount of time, you know? So, yeah. It's a bummer, but, you know, we just make it work. Okay. Yeah, it'd be too much, and it'd be too unreliable, because, you know, it's like, especially when you're dealing with a unique device like the Quest, right? Like, it's not even just the netcode and like the APIs that would exist in it. It's really more about the networking, right? It's more about like packaging, you know, like essentially creating like network packets and making sure that they're the right size and that they're structured the right way. And VR is always more challenging from a network perspective, because you make the assumption that data is, you're sending like about 2x or 3x the amount of data on every frame than a normal game, just on like things like tracking the head mount position, because it's just a more free, you know, input rather than a discrete input like a button press or something like that. So you're sending deltas on like a much sort of more frequent basis, and so all those things have to be packaged really, really efficiently. And there's a lot of theory in there that, you know, it just wouldn't be practical. Like, that's why it's such a miracle that VR chat really has their own engine in a lot of ways. Like in games like Grab, you know, they did everything end to end, and it's pretty incredible what they've like kind of managed to pull off. So, you know, got to do our part. Okay, well, By the way, is my frame rate super low? Kind of has been for a little bit, and it doesn't really make sense. Like, my camera's frame rate is been low, and I don't really know why. I gotta figure that out at some point. It seems like OBS is low. Oh, well, it's good to know. Yeah, I probably just gotta figure it out. I've been running a Sony ZV-1 for like 2 years straight, just on like a fucking connection. It's probably dying or something like that. Oh, the stream. Oh yeah, I dropped a couple of frames. I see that actually. Yeah. Well, let's just hope that I had some issues with the internet for a while at a certain point, and let's just hope that doesn't really happen. Looks like I'm getting hyper bitrate right now. It should force. Let's just see. Yeah, it should just force the stream to 6K, but it looks like we're just getting a little bit more for some reason. Let's just hope it stabilizes. It's a hot day in here in New York, so that probably doesn't help. Yeah, so man, tell me about this RTS game you made. My brother was always a big fan of RTS. Oh, it's a card game. Got it. Sure. Haven't worked in a while. I'm trying to get back in the mood being on Twitch. I feel that, man. Oh, whoa. This looks wicked. Oh, cool. Oh, sick. That's a really cool effect. That's cool, man. There's a lot of shit here. Very cool, man. How long you worked on it for? Nah, it's fuck Steam pages or whatever. It's a dope game. I think you showed off really well. Oh, nice, man. Hell yeah. Got a particular favorite for turn-based cards? Yeah, assets fucking takes forever, bro. Nice. Yeah. Makes sense. Makes sense. Not necessarily a TFT guy. If you gen auto chess, I know it doesn't technically count. It's a little different. Oh, you love TFT? Yeah, one of the guys on the team is like, he's a gremlin at TFT. He's insane. I can never wrap my head around the like juggling the strategy for it, you know? Yeah, I've heard that about auto chess, you know? I feel like some chill zone games like that makes me want to. Yeah. Yeah, I feel that. One of the guys on the team got an insane deal on a 4090. He has a part of a build, and we're always like, you're fucking. But he's like really taking full advantage of it. He's running some pretty crazy games. It's tough, man. There's a lot of things out there right now, and it's hard to get a signal, you know? Yeah, shooters, there's only so many ways you can run that same model, you know? And spice it up before it starts to get insanely sweaty, you know? Yeah. Quest is it's an interesting platform. Like, to me, it's a big demographic shift. The kids who really like it, they like it for a really different reason than people who had originally bought it. And it's part of the reason why we're making the game we're making. So people enjoy it, like the demographic. So people enjoy it, like the demographics enjoy it for totally different reasons. And like, or even console. But it's like, it's almost like the paralysis of choice now. There's so much shit, and oftentimes you're worried about getting behind on anything. So people maybe like often, they'll like kind of default to the game that they normally play, you know, just all the time. That's what I mean. There's a huge demographic shift on Quest. That's why, like, when they first came out, it was sort of like 25 and up, and now it's just like 10 to 18 rule the world. And they all play a different kind of game. I did, yeah. Yeah, and, like, it's not my cup of tea. The one thing I do appreciate about... that's true. That's true, man. This is about as thrilling as coding ever gets. Jesus Christ. Do you ever get, yeah, the thing about what I've noticed with, like, especially VR shooters in general, is they play slower. play a lot slower, and that makes sense because the input is inherently more complex. You know, when you're playing something like COD, you're puppeting a character with discrete inputs that give deterministic outcomes, right? Like you press the aim button, you aim, and you aim the same way every time. Same goes for pretty much any shooter on any platform outside of VR. But in VR, because you know you have these controllers that are hand tracked and the head that's head tracked, the input becomes inherently non-deterministic. And what that tends to mean is that oftentimes certain things are faster and certain things are slower. Like you'll see games where people can make really fast decisions and act really quickly because they're acting more naturally in sort of concordance with their body, you know, with their natural movements. They don't have to sort of process it into whatever the input is for the game, right? But then at the same time, you get a lot of things that are way slower, right? Like a shooter plays out slower because you actually gotta like aim up and like look through a scope and all this kind of things. And so the sort of competitive viability and like feeling that crossover from a game like I think what's the game Veil VR is like the sort of esportsy shooter, tactical shooter. It just doesn't feel super good to me. I mean, but there's certainly a niche for it, and I can understand that. The Tarkov style games I think make a lot of sense, you know, because it's that slowness can be really interesting, you know. I played Contractors and Compound, and like it can feel interesting, but at the same time, I don't know. It doesn't end up being my cup of tea. And maybe it's a visuals thing. Maybe I'd just rather play it on PC VR, you know, with like really high res and fucking blow it out of the water and get a big space. But I don't know. The standalone thing to me is it's not worked a whole lot. And well, no, it's obviously worked for a lot of people. It just hasn't really worked for me. Yeah. Standalone, the reason we make our game for standalone is because our game is a type of game for standalone. You know, it's really for the demographic that enjoys Yeeps, Gorilla Tag, Blobtown, and you know that's where standalone becomes sort of necessary, and it's a different, but it's a totally different community. You know, PC VR is dope, and if I had a dream setup, you know, I would probably have an Index with like 10 feet of space anywhere, you know, near me, and then hooked up with like a 20-foot cable, you know, and that when you do get that shit, even something as like rudimentary as a VR chat lobby can feel like really fun, because it's just like you just get to take full advantage of the tech. And it's just goofy, you know, in that great way. And then you get games like Half-Life Alyx, you know, which really push that sort of environment to its max. And it's satisfying, but it's a rarity, you know. It's a rarity. Okay, let's read this addressables manager, shall we? Okay. Yeah. It's a fucking full-time job. Yeah, so it's I don't know. It's it's like I really enjoy the challenge. That's I think part of the reason why I don't know, like I think I do VR because it's like it's a really unique development challenge, you know. No, fuck. Oh yeah, I already have adjustable essence. Yeah, but it is pretty fucked. There we go. Yeah, you'll see a little bit of Copilot. So, yeah, that's Copilot right there. Generally, I like to use it. I mean, the autocomplete is great. It's like really good. But my AI stack, if you want to call it that, generally the way I like to work is I like to rubber duck with like an AI a lot. So I'll do like an initial pat. I'll just like, here's my architecture. Here's what I'm thinking I'm doing. And last time I tried Copilot in Visual Studio, it sucked so hard compared to VS Code. Yeah, it's so funny. I'm so like dumbly ecosystem locked into Visual Studio. I probably should just pick up Rider, especially for Unity. Even just switch to VS Code, but I just like my shit on VS, and I got my configs, and I'm stuck. Yeah, one of the guys on the team uses Rider. He swears by it. And I can understand why, like the refactoring, to be able to run it, and I'd never use VS Code for anything that starts with C. Makes sense. But yeah, so I'll generally throw like an initial architecture at some reasoning model, and I'll just kind of see what I get. And it's kind of nice. You're just able to sort of like look at it, and it takes a little bit of the mystery out of what you were thinking of doing, and then you can really easily see where things are bad. Like, I shouldn't do that, I should do this, because like the AI will always like hallucinate a little bit, and then you can kind of work through it. And I think I work a lot faster, and then but I never really like to trust Copilot. Like, I never really like to like, here Copilot, give me just like a chunk of code. Usually it's like, if I know what I'm writing, and oftentimes and I'm writing a specific pattern, it's so fucking good at just adopting that pattern for me. Like with debugs and like if I'm doing like event registration or something like that, it's great. Yeah, look, I think when it first came out and it was somewhat viable, like the vibe coding was really easy to try and do. You know, like, let's just take whatever this AI is giving me and let's just work with it. And I think what helped me early on was to become really discerning about what an AI is giving you. Kind of like just another person, you know, like if you're working with somebody and you like want to work with them, you just ask them and you kind of work with them on it. Yeah, I don't really use Cursor at all. And one of the guys on the team does, and he likes it. I don't feel super comfortable with the agentic stuff because I just don't feel like I have the level of control. I like to know what's going on, and I like to understand it entirely. So I'm kind of a boomer when it comes to AI, which sounds weird because it's not been around so long. And in that, I only like to speak directly to like language models and just work in a fixed context. Like I'll just work in the context of a chat and I'll do it problem by problem. And I won't like give it a macro problem and try and figure it out. I'll try and figure out the architecture myself, like where it's going to go wrong, and like sort of think about it. And then when I have an idea that I want to work with, I'll move over to an AI and I'll just kind of put that architecture on paper, and I'll ask it about like maybe different possibilities, different optimizations I'm not really thinking about. And then we'll generate some code and we'll see what it kind of looks like, and then I'll type some things out myself and we'll go back and forth. And to me, it feels like a really healthy relationship. It allows me to learn things that I didn't know and think about things that I wasn't thinking about. And it allows me to be a bit vulnerable, like I don't know what I'm doing about this particular thing, like, and like, for instance, I was writing an ID system. Like we basically need to create unique IDs for network objects so that we can treat them specifically in our game. And we want these IDs to make sure that they don't have collisions. So we need to create some cryptographic standard that is lightweight and can be managed across all these different clients and synced. And I wanted something that was efficient and collision resistant and had a context that was easy to establish and reestablish and all that stuff. And my initial thought was to do like some hash based on the client, like the actual ID on the device, because there's like a device ID, and like hash that and use that as the fucking like ID for whatever, and register that. And that just wasn't really like a viable strategy. Well, it was, but it was just going to be heavy, and the hashing process is going to be unnecessarily heavy. And one of the things that I think an AI suggested that I thought was actually really smart was, well, instead, let's use the client ID that's established, so you can be context dependent on whatever room you're in. And let's use a counter that, was incremented on each client individually, and combine those two things into an unsigned long. And, and then that actually ends up working really well. So it's, there is some shit that I think I feel pretty good about. So the problem for me is that it really loses track as the project gets bigger and leaves junk in there and needs to be removed after more prompts. That is why I feel like it's all about your responsibility, in terms of like, you have a responsibility to understand your architecture, basically. Like you have a responsibility to figure out how your pieces fit together and like how it kind of works out. And so that you can constrain an AI to just a single issue. Like, I think especially in game dev, you kind of have the luxury that you can make things a bit, modular, And so as long as you do your job and you make sure that things can hook up in sort of a somewhat modular sense, you can work with an AI on a single, like essentially in the same way, single responsibility. Like, let's just work on this one issue, this one method, this one class. And we may consider other classes and how they work in the context of this class and what's important, but it's mostly in regard to like what's coming in or what's going out, right? Like in this particular case, right, I have this these two systems that are working in tangent. I have the custom object delegate and the addressables manager. The delegate is what receives these spawn callbacks, right? These instantiate, load, and destroy callbacks, right? And the delegate just needs to know the addressables manager so that when spawn is called, it can look over into the manager and see, hey, do we have a resident? Do we have like a resident addressable, like something that we've already preloaded into memory? And if so, let's just retrieve an instance of that, and then so that we don't load, statically. And so as far as the, delegate's concerned, like, it's a one-line thing, it's just going over to the addressables manager and retrieving something to spawn. And so then I can focus on this addressables manager in terms of a single issue thing. I can just see like, okay, well, how do we make sure that there's something that's always available, right? Like either a synchronous load or an asynchronous load. And yeah, it's nice, you know, it works out. And that allows me to like work with the AI on just this class, and you know, I can apply this same strategy to it's essentially the entire game. You know, we can just always make sure that we're dealing with not too many codependencies, not too many like things that are awaiting, and that's like a design strategy, not really like a, you know. So we do, you know, we run a lot of things through an observer pattern that's event driven, and yeah, it just means we can hook systems up to each other nice and easy. And so I've found, I feel like, a decent rhythm working with AIs as they improve and understanding their limitations, you know. Also, I feel like I think if you know, let's just take it to the limit and assume that you could just single prompt an entire game or something like that, right? Like you can just tell an AI, I want a game that's like this and 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 like this. That's fine. I think when people underestimate their input, you know, they, especially when it comes to sort of vibe coding, I think they underestimate their ability to provide an informed opinion and something that's an informed strategy. Even if they don't know the underlying tech super well, like even if they don't understand the underlying systems that are going on, they can still provide a pretty informed opinion on like a lot, I think. And I think they tend to underrate that, and when they rely heavily on the AI, right? They underrate their own intelligence. And that's what I was trying not to. I was trying, like, even if, for instance, like if I'm typing out something, if I'm like using anything an AI is giving me like verbatim, I generally like to type it out. I don't copy it. I just like to type it out, even if it takes longer, because to me it allows me to like understand it and even just kind of poke holes in it, or I can almost walk through it myself, you know. So even now I'll probably do that. And it offers me an opportunity to do things differently, which is, again, just further allows you to understand your own shit. All right. Yeah, we need a Boolean. There we go. Love that. All right. Yeah, so I think the plan here is basically we'll label objects with a tag that says preload, and we'll comb through all the addressables that we have, and we'll preload everything on, like, you know, let's say some initial launch of the game, or even a launch in the lobby or something. Catch you later, man. I think I got some motivation to work on my game. Yeah, thank you, man. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you hanging out. And yeah, go for it, man. It's been dope. I'll catch you later sometime. Appreciate it. Okay. Oh yeah. Winter. How you doing, bro? Shit blows my ears out every time. Remember being here like 2 years ago on another account? Fuck yeah, welcome back. What was the other account? Oh, okay, yeah, I remember that, yeah. Well, what's up, man? How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, never, man. Never. I just changed the color a little bit. Nah, I wash it pretty regularly. Does get kind of sweaty in here though. I gotta shower a lot. It's gonna be foul otherwise. No, maybe. Seems like it sounds familiar, but can't quite remember. Nice. I finished like 14 out of 20 games. Damn. Like, what are the kind of games? Well, that's very fun. It's kind of crazy how in this day and age you get games that kind of die like that, you know? It's sad, but it also makes sense. Oh, whoa. Okay, yeah. These are old games. It's a lot of dating sims, it seems like. Couple action games. That's a wild name for a game. Holy shit. I could see why you needed to get on a lot of sites to get these games. Holy shit. I'm sure. God, they've been making games all the way up to 2023? This is a, I'm not gonna lie, this is a fucking, you kind of dream to have a career like this, you know? Just a company that keeps going, never stops. There's literally just a character creator. Wow. That's wild. I'm sure I have. I'm sure I have. I mean, you got it, right? Finished any projects? Decent amount of shit on the game we're making. Early access coming out August 30th, so a lot has changed. The game is taking a whole new form, you know. So like, this is like one of the maps in the game Gets a Go we're making, you know, the vehicle sandbox, which I think you were here for. So it's come a long way. So once early access releases on the 30th, we have the full release scheduled for the January, February. But to be honest, we will have the full game basically released on August 30th. It's really just like you know, a content release. Maybe even our first DLC will be around like the first full release. And we're not gonna do the thing where we're gonna do our best not to do the thing where it's like a half-baked game on August 30th, basically. And then it just kind of becomes managing that game for a little bit, and then maybe thinking about the next one. So, yes, sir. Let's see. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is very, very kind. Not as the wife as the waifu in the stream. Yeah. We got Snow Miku here. You can get classic Miku. Yeah. Desktop, mate. This company, this game made fucking so much money. They've killed it. But it's a great application. I actually like it a lot. Just helps, yeah, because when I'm working, you know, it's like, like a lot of times I'm not talking, you know. So it's just nice to have something on the screen. That's why I have the background. And it's also helpful that they kind of nod their head to the same sort of beat as the music. It's like halftime. I know, it's been so long, man. Because they're around. It's also kind of crazy that she's hit like a new high in terms of popularity. Yeah, Itasha, yeah. Which is fun, you know, like, I love that. You know, I know it's become like a really popular thing, but I love that. Yeah, I love that, what is it? Miku's got a GT race team now. What is it? Hold on. I think it's Good Smile Racing, right? This fucking shit. Yeah, the fucking resolution sucks, but here we go. This is a better one. I know it's a Merc, but it's still funny as fuck. Wait, you don't like AMG? Oh, because your boss owns one. Fair enough. Nice. Yeah, that sucks. What Merc is it? It's like a GL or something like that? Like a G-Wagon or a fucking... Is he dropping like $250,000 on some gull wings or... Oh. Okay. It's not really a whole lot to flex, is it? It's like a... Alright. It's a nice car. I think you could have, like... I'd rather fly... I mean, for a similar price, like, you can get, like, kind of a shitty... secondhand, like, Supra that... people would be, like, way more interested in. That was at least modified at one point in its lifetime. Fuck. What do I want to do? what I've been told. Shit.
Yo.
What's up? How's everybody doing?
Doing all right.
Good. What up, anything? Okay.
Is Unity 6 good? Yeah, it's actually great. It works out a lot. Like, it does a lot of things pretty well. It's I think added like a nice new coat of paint on it. They've taken a lot of the bugs out, so I can't complain. I would recommend the upgrade. Unless you're already working on something that it would be like a catastrophic upgrade, in which case don't worry about it. But yeah, it is good. Yeah, they just have some changes to the render pipelines that are slightly more optimized and, you know, some nicer tools. But yeah, like anything, it's not the craziest thing in the world. So, wait. Yeah, it's gonna be a fun one because we get to discuss bullshit and why it's so common in this fucking world that we live in. Let me get a bit in here early, actually.
I'm gonna go grab my food when you're call.
Sounds good.
Alright, I'm back.
Okay. Welcome back.
What are you working on?
We are going to talk about it here in a bit. One sec.
Addressing it. Did you see the post that I put in code a while ago about addressable and non-code?
Yes, but don't worry about it. It's fucked anyway. It's we're gonna have a long conversation.
Yeah, that doesn't sound too good.
Well, it's not that fucked actually, but. How was this morning chilling with fucking Devᯅ? You guys were hanging out, doing shit, I assume?
Yeah. We talked about combat system
Cool.
and the art going forward. I also talked to Glenn about some UI stuff. Uh, you want to bounce some things off everyone just to get opinions and ideas. But yeah, other than that, it's been good. I have the selector, like the hand mode selector orb set up, but I need hard assets for that. So right now on the combat side of things, I'm just waiting on a lot of assets from Edward. But it's going to take a while for him. My plan, we'll talk about it when we get next year.
Cool. All right.
But yeah, I stayed up last night and completely missed the meeting this morning.
It's all good. No worries. It's all good. I've had this issue with my fucking phone where my alarm is like mad quiet. I haven't been able to fix it. It's like it's not like ringer volume or anything. I don't really know what the
My alarm just didn't go off, or maybe it did in my dreams, and I just like turned it off instantly. Like I don't remember at all. Like it was there. I checked the alarm. Like it's supposed to be on. Like I don't get it. But yeah, the night before last night, I pulled all-nighter because I couldn't sleep. I was just like, yeah, fuck it. I'll just stay up and fix my sleeping schedule. And it doesn't feel too good.
Now you're on the new sleeping schedule.
Yeah. I mean, yes and no. Not really, to be honest. Still kind of fucked up.
The it's popping.
What's up?
Yo,
Gentlemen. It's about that time.
It is about that
I'm
time.
Yeah, I'm good.
What?
I just saw the message, so my bad.
No, it's all good. Yeah, it is about that time. Okay. Before I get into my bullshit, because there is a lot of bullshit to talk about, and we will need to kick it around to figure out what we want to do. How's everybody doing in regards to whatever they're working on, linear wise?
You can start.
Okay.
I mean,
well,
shit's
yeah.
going pretty good. I kind of recapped this morning, but yeah, like all these things that are red are things that we're trying to merge today.
Yeah.
It seems like. So, I mean, to start, we should just verify that that's what we're trying to do.
Yep.
I see the update account. All good. Yeah. So we should just make sure that like, hey, like these three things, this is what we're trying to do.
Yep.
And then yeah, we can like make sure that this is actually representative of this week and the milestones and shit. And then get into it. I think merge order might be important today, like how we do this. But yeah, that's just like, this is kind of everything, but I guess we can get into like specifics.
Word. KT, I know you're working on combat. I also know you fixed the issue with the driving.
Yep.
So that's big. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, on my side, a lot of things are, and I have to wait for the art assets to do it. Like I just can't do it right now.
That's okay.
So I think a good thing for me to do is to move on to some other areas while Edward is working on that. I don't want to rush him into doing anything. He needs to take his time on a lot of the asset stuff, combat included. He also has to work on a lot of other stuff too. So that means I can look into. I had this conversation with Bina the other day about sort of like the data layer of the vehicles. So how parts interact with vehicle data, and how the stats mean, like what do these stats mean for our vehicle. So that is something that I can, and I'm already starting to work on.
Sick. Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, Ben and I were talking about that last week anyway, as well. And yeah, you're probably gonna be hung up with some of the combat stuff due to art, so it's a perfect thing to do. And I have set up the like infrastructure for that, so we can talk today about how that kind of works, because I do already have like the loadout model that takes part models, and you could just extend those things. So it all just depends on how you want to deal with my old infrastructure in regards to parts, because it's kind of a little bit verbose and you may want to consolidate things or not. So we should talk about that.
I think I want to start over. So the old stuff, I remember there are a lot of like just part loadout, a lot of even our old stuff. It's divided into old stuff and old stuff, and some I don't know which part is.
Don't start over all the way. Definitely don't do that.
Yeah.
What you can do is you can start from like in the scriptable objects. We have like the parts, like part scriptable objects. Like this is a basis. You could just start there. Like, and you could append this, and like. But just remember, anything you change, especially deleting shit, is gonna delete everything, right? So just be mindful of like deleting stuff, because we have the serialization and stuff like that for this reason. But like, it's been a while since I've used it, so in general, the like non-negotiable things are like the ID and the like the prefab. Those are like the non-negotiable things. The type, depending on whether or not we want to keep it, we could leave it open. But yeah, you could add stats directly to this if you want, because I have a part stats scriptable object that I think is kind of verbose. I don't know if we need to have like a separate scriptable object with stats and everything like that we create, or things like that if we don't want to.
Let's talk about it, just you and me later.
Yeah.
Later today.
We'll do that. But what I mean by what I made for parts models and stuff is that in the, do I have it up? Let's see. Nope, I don't. Alright. So in the vehicle customization manager, we have this model called vehicle loadout model, which is a real-time set of part models. And these are right now just the ID, which links to the scriptable object. So like every client will have all the scriptable objects, and it's just like that's the pointer back down to local Unity world. And then this UUID is needed for the actual game object. But if you want, you can like add the stats directly in here. If you want to make them somehow dynamic, you can have a stats model. You can do whatever the fuck you want. But like the infrastructure's here, and so whenever a part gets added to the vehicle, this model gets updated.
It's already there, right?
It's already there. Yeah. The logic for that. So whenever we do attach part, we create a new part model and add it. And we just don't have anything for taking it, detaching the part right now. That was just, I didn't have a time to work on that, but that's very easy. That's the same thing in reverse. We just remove it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Yep.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, we can talk about that later. But yeah, I think that's a really good thing to work on. And
alongside that, if I manage to get that done relatively quickly, I can work on, per schedule, the AI side of things. We do need some AI shit to take over when players are not filled. And right now, as of currently, I remember I had this AI vehicle a while ago that I did implement on the old network model. But it's pretty local. It's like I actually forgot what I did, but I can look into that. It would just be a self-driving car with random loadouts.
Okay. I think I think that might be dependent on like the get set go track and nav meshes and stuff though, right?
Yes. But the car itself, like the movement.
Oh, okay.
So if I have like a nav mesh setup, just a random nav mesh setup, it should work on every nav mesh, right?
That's true. Yeah, good point.
So I just need a starting point and an end point, and it should follow the track. But I don't even know if nav mesh is the way to go, because it is very stupid.
Right.
Like, it's not flexible at all.
Right.
It doesn't give a fuck about anything else except for its own waypointers.
Right.
So like I need to spend some time at least to look into it.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, we'll figure that out. But yeah, it's good. Good point. Okay. Well, I think it's about time to get into the bad news of things. With what I've been working on with addressables. Essentially, I did everything with addressables with Normcore. I made a delegate. I made the system is quite simple. There's a delegate, which is what is used to when instantiate is called. It'll like override that. And we have a local addressables manager, and this is what handles preloading assets. This is what handles streaming assets, right? And anytime instantiate is called, we are enforcing the standard that everything in the game is addressable. Everything that gets spawned is addressable. So we will always look over to here and we'll just check a simple check of has this been preloaded? If not, we synchronously load it. And then and that is all well and true and is fine. And the way that we preload things is we use labels. So we haven't really used this system yet, but it is very nice in Unity. Essentially, when you have addressables, you get access to the group, which is the folder. Then you also get this label system. So I've created a label that basically is called preload. And this allows you to like look through all of your addressables and sort them by labels. So like we can only preload things that have the preload label, and we could treat objects in a certain way based on whatever label they have. We don't only have to look for what group or bucket or whatever thing they're in.
Okay.
So that's the system in a nutshell. Now, here's the big fat problem. Normcore, their delegate, this call, public game object load real-time prefab, the fucking real-time prefab, like which it needs to retrieve in order to instantiate it, that is a synchronous process. So it will block the main thread until it has the game object. There is no, I looked, I asked, there is no like public async task, game object, whatever, that can like confidently return nothing until we have the game object. There's no async version of this. So we could do all this sexy stuff about like streaming assets on demand, but the problem is Normcore will block the main thread of the game until we have that asset. So if, let's say, I join a lobby and I don't have something that a guy just spawned and I need to stream it, that means the streaming, the loading, and then the instantiation, I need to wait for all those things to happen until I can actually the game can continue. So I'm gonna get this huge frame hitch. And
so basically, I can't be driving a car. I can't be doing anything that is important.
Your game will freeze.
Basically, okay.
Yeah.
That's a great time for a loading screen, no?
No, because so the way that we've currently thought about it, right, was we use addressables to allow ourselves to stream content into the game on demand. So if I join a lobby and let's say I'm joining a lobby and there's stuff I need to spawn that I don't have, right, because I haven't bought that stuff, right? We'll stream those assets to your device and you're good to go, right? Problem is that because this is a synchronous process, that means every single one of those instantiations for things that I don't have, we have to wait for you to stream that one asset and then load that one asset into memory and then spawn it, it's not an insane amount of time. It's like 10, 12 milliseconds, but that could be like a whole frame. That could be like several frames. So you're just gonna drop frames for every one of those instantiate calls. Worse still, if I'm in a lobby and somebody new joins or something, or somebody just spawns something that I don't have, I'm gonna get that hitch again. And I might not even be aware of its existence because, and so this all to say, the way that we would currently think about streaming assets doesn't work at all. Like that, we cannot do it on demand where it's like the moment that somebody instantiates, we like stream it. Unless.
That's fair. Yeah.
Unless there's a couple of workarounds that I thought of off the top of my head. Number one, every single time we call instantiate, we check your addressables manifest first. So we preempt the synchronous instantiate call with a check against your addressables thing first, somehow.
That's smart.
And we do the async process there, where we like, you know, get this key thing and blah, blah, blah. The problem is that there's no way really to do that, in my mind, on the clients. There's no way, there's a way to do that on the fucking spawner, but there's no way to really do that on the client side. Like, these callbacks get called, there's no, like, Normcore doesn't let you go deeper than this. They don't let you fucking do that on the client side. Get called, Normcore doesn't let you go into the sequencing this call. They don't let you do that. So I don't really know how we would do that. I don't know how we would like do the check before instantiate's ever called.
Don't we have to just load everything at the beginning?
Well, okay, yeah. So option number 2 is we have no remote addressables, and everything is always included in the build, and we are just always preloading, and we just always have the assets.
Yeah.
Option 3.
Option three is every single time you would load the game, like launch the game for the first time, we check, are there any remote addressables you don't have? And if you don't have them, we stream them to you.
This is the way.
Yeah, so it's only on launch, only on init. Now, the only problem I foresee is if in the amount of time that you are playing, we update the game, somebody else comes into the game with shit that you don't have, and you didn't preload because you didn't start the game when we had updated it, they spawn something.
Yeah, we don't really have shit for
this
that.
This happens for a lot of mobile games.
Game when we had updated it, they spawn something.
Have shit for
This
that.
happens. This. So like when your game, like they just kick you out of the game, be like you need to, and then kick you out. So you have to
Right.
upgrade or update and come back.
Which is theoretically fine, but like, well, that's
think
where
in this
it becomes a
instance-
live ops question. We need to have branches of versions of the game, right? Where like, you know, we have a version running right here, that's the previous version, and the version up here, and then while there are a certain amount of players that haven't updated this, they're only on this version, and then they have to update, right?
Yeah. I mean, we already have that problem with or without this addressables problem.
Yeah.
Of like how we version and keep from breaking things, especially in space-time and just data-wise. Totally separate. We'll get to that when we get to it. I mean, there are ways. It's like heavily documented how to do this. So like, I think we should be okay. With this specific thing, it is like a gameplay question. Like, where do we want to put this load? Because we have to put it somewhere.
Yeah.
Option 3 for me seems like, hey, if we could like force this in the background every time you like connect to a new room, or every time you like go to the home screen, or just any time that we can actually like block, like, hey, let's say you pull up your main menu. This may be a time where we could fit that in and it might be okay, like experience wise. I think like it's like that's more our problem. Like, where do we put this load?
Yeah.
And if you don't have that asset, to your point, like, are we okay with a synchronous call?
Yeah.
Obviously, the worst case is like I'm driving, I'm calculating physics for each wheel, and then I have to stop, load this part, and then go back to calculating physics for each wheel. There's going to be some performance drop. But is it like that bad, or is it like a thing that we actually have to fix? I think that's like what I want to try and see with the remote call, like how bad under gameplay conditions is it? Um, but option three sounds the best, to be honest.
So what I know for a fact, just from researching it at least, now we could test it for our use case, but I just researched it with other games and mobile games and shit, is that the one option that is not viable is like if it's going to be synchronous, where like it blocks the main thread, is we stream this object, like this thing, from the cloud, like on that call, because that ends up taking like several milliseconds, because you have to stream it, uncompress it, like load it, and it's like all those processes are like it'll just be way too much. Like you'll lose way too much of the game. So the one thing that we could do is, to your point, Abina, if we just refresh your addressables cache, so we look for all the remote addressables and we populate all the assets, so we actually stream all the assets on the initial load, right? We get in front of the first half of that whole equation, and then it is just a simple synchronous load. It's the exact same as if you were to load something from resources. It is that speed, which is fine. Like, that's actually okay. In the worst case, basically, is if this call right here expects a synchronous thing. So, I mean, expects, it's going to wait, right? So in the worst case, their default implementation is resources.load that, right? And so with addressables, as long as the object exists, like the asset exists in your disk, it will be the same speed to load that asset in the worst case. So if we just stream everything on like the initial launch of the game, and then maybe, to your point, like we just do a nice little asset refresh when you like go back to the main menu or something, or like to your own lobby, just for safety, that should be enough to cover, basically.
Yeah.
The only downside is that we lose the luxury of like the game size being like a little smaller. But to be honest, like we'll like it's not like a big deal, basically.
Yeah, because I mean, we're gonna always want to add to this game. Like that's the one constant I'm seeing.
Mhm.
Like as far as parts and just new shit, we're gonna add more things. And this addressables thing is really mainly about that. If we're talking remote, because to your point, everything could just be on the fucking device, and it could be like, hey, to play this version or to join this room, you have to update. We could just show users a warning and block them, right?
Yeah.
But we kind of want to facilitate this open world. I can just play the game and new shit comes in. So like, that is why we're like trying to find the best way. But I think, to your point, if we can like hide it with our portals, I think we're like really in a good place. Or like that transition to a new world, or that load, if in there I can fit in a check to get all these parts. I mean, yeah, it may take like an extra 2 to 3 seconds, right, for me to get into a new world, but then I should know that I have all of the shit. Like that should just be the process of connecting to a new world. It's like I have to refresh my cache because I don't know what they have.
Yeah.
And we don't have we didn't have unless we're gonna track it in space-time, we're not gonna know what parts are in what room at any given time. I mean, we can, right? But that's extra complexity.
Yeah.
I think the easiest thing is just like, hey, everyone has to refresh before they go into the room to make sure they have the shit. If you don't have it, maybe we can like delay you getting into the room until you like download the shit that you need. Yeah, that's my thoughts.
Right. The
That you need.
So here's the one caveat to that that's to me is problematic is the just checking on like when I join to a new lobby, like what do I need to get? Like that's more or less fine. We can go on space time and check all the assets and check it against our manifest. If we don't have anything, stream it, and maybe you get like a hitch during that transition, whatever. That's not really the problem. The problem is when I'm in the lobby and then somebody else joins. Are we going to say when somebody else joins that lobby, we're going to make all the players in that lobby refresh again? Because
I mean, I really want to see how bad the download and stream is.
The refresh isn't the bad part. The part that I'm worried about is I can't guarantee that you get done with that process until before somebody tries to spawn something.
That's fair, right? Like we're not gonna know. I think my thing is these parts can, like in the way that they have LODs for like it's really far. There is like it's not loaded yet, right? Like we don't have the fullness of this part. If maybe we have that state for all of these parts now that they're addressable and they could be loaded and they might not be. If there's some like default like this part is materializing state that we could just show for everybody. I mean, that's my like idea of like, fuck, they haven't loaded the part in, but I don't know how feasible that is.
So here's the problem with that. I thought about that too. I was like, oh, it'd be cool, like spawn some like loading placeholder or it's in some loading state, but Normcore hates that. So Normcore expects the game object because it needs to register that game object with the real time. So it needs all the components that exist on those objects to initialize all of them to make sure that it's all synchronized and sequenced with the clock. So we can't, this game object that like we get from load real-time prefab has to be the one that's the complete thing that Normcore is going to register. So we can't like get one, put it in to the scene, and then like come back with the real thing.
But like, I really okay. So it seems like, and like I don't know the fullness of this problem, but just breaking it down, like we're trying to stream these parts and they're big. But what is making them big? Is it the textures on them? Is it their materials? Or is it purely just these scripts that we're putting? And like, there's no way for us to separate the two to like load this shit in and then load its texture. Like we just have to load the prefab as one, and there's really nothing else we can do about it. Is that what we're saying is the state of the world? And because of that, we should just keep all parts on the device and figure out another way? Because like that might be simpler. Like then we don't have this problem of I have a part that you don't have. If we're playing the same version of this game, if we have downloaded the same thing, well, that is the criteria for having all of the parts, and then the problem is solved. Now the question is, if we're not the same version and I try to join a room, what happens? Different problem, but we've solved one problem. So it's really like, how do we want to go about it? Because I could go either way. I think there are benefits to both. I think the first way with like addressable parts and they're streamed in, it feels like the right approach for like a modern game. We're gonna add new things. We need to be able to download shit, right?
Yeah.
But in VR, it does present a specific issue with like we don't have a lot of device power, and we need that main thread to be at 90 frames, or else your experience is kind of ass. So because of that, we might just require, hey, like all the shit has to be on the device. That's how we give you 90 frames per second. Like that's how we can ensure that it stays 90 frames. Is all the shit is already there.
Yeah. This is the shitty part is that it's a normcore problem. Like, this is like normcore's fault, essentially, is that I mean, I'm sure they have a valid reason for why they've done it the way they've done it, but by making this a synchronous call, and they explicitly stated in the docs, they're like, oh yeah, like the workaround is you just preload assets. It's like, well, what if we want to stream them? It's like, well, they're not gonna really, like, they're just like, well, you're shit out of luck, because we need this asset now. And so it's like, it's where I, like, going back to, could we do like some middle ground of like the objects half done? I think theoretically we could have like a lighter weight version of every prefab that exists on the device if we really wanted to, and then you add the components in, and that's a client side issue. So like the prefab is literally just all the real-time shit, and you just add in everything else. But the thing that, to me, a lot of the things that I've started to think about as like potential workarounds just seem like doing backflips for like not an amazing payoff. It's like we are like normcore just gave us kind of a shitty situation, and like we could try and work around it in a million different ways. But if we try and get to the point where we are streaming this asset when instantiate is called, like we would have probably done so much like crazy shit that it would have disrupted a bunch of other stuff. Like that's where my instincts are sort of telling me, which is why it's like I'm leaning towards either it's all on device, like that's it. There's no remote addressables at all. Like we just never do it. Like we just always make it an on-device thing, and we just update the build. Or there are remote addressables, but they only get updated like on the launch of the game, or like maybe periodically. Like we just refresh your assets like every 30 minutes or every hour, and that's like an async process we just run in the background. Launch of the game, or like maybe periodically, like we just refresh your assets like every 30 minutes or every hour, and that's like an async process we just run in the